Good afternoon, everyone. Fingers crossed that you've had a good week so far. I've had an okay one. It could be worse, that's for sure. Today, we are playing Dark Souls 3 again, and we are nearly in the end game. It all depends on how long these sections take. Because Consume King's Garden is short, I forget what it's called, but the Dark Firelink Shrine is very short. It's just Champion Gundyr and talking to the Shrine Maiden. And then Archdragon Peak has two sections that are somewhat long. If we can get started on the Dragon Barracks today, then we'll be in good stead to finish Dark Souls 3 next stream. If not, then might be as late as 3 streams, depending on how difficult the bosses that I struggle with are this playthrough. But that's a problem for future packs. That's a problem for not today, where I am extremely EP. For various reasons, but mostly because I just couldn't sleep. It got a lot hotter overnight, and therefore... oh, did we not? We didn't rest at the bonfire, or did we just lose health somehow? Anyway, it got hot overnight, and then I woke up, and it was too warm for the number of blankets that I had. It has not yet consistently been hot enough that I need to plug in my AC again. So perhaps once we get to that point, it'll be a little easier to deal with, but until that, we did open this shortcut. What the heck? Sorry? I'm in offline mode, so I can't imagine that I've been hacked somehow, but I guess we'll see if that happens again. Yeah, what? That happened when I locked onto something. What the heck? Okay, well, I'm gonna quickly reload the game and see if that changes anything. Be right back. Anyone who reads kanji, let me know what it says. Probably inventory stuff, but... Okay. Okay, cool. Well, hopefully just a weird bug. There's a lot of stuff. In the Consumed King's Garden. We'll see just how much I remember. Two big boys. There's still stuff in the poison that I haven't gotten. Notably underneath there's a bunch of items. so much damage. I mean, if he really doesn't like coming up here, I am never opposed to just shooting things from a safe distance. Beans. Still no chunks, huh? Or at least no consistent chunks. You have no problem coming up here. Nice. The Ember, I was hoping that that guy wouldn't circle around. Here's a chunk. Because we have a slab from Sigurd. We don't have the chunks necessary to upgrade our Uchigatana to +10. I did buy a number of more Lumen Purple Moss Plums, so if this is toxic, which it is, we'll be able to deal with it. The fly! I thought there was an invisible door, or yeah, invisible wall somewhere down here. My memory truly has gone to the dogs when it comes to secrets in this place. For someone to jump down and kill me. I'm not terribly frightened of these guys, but I don't think it ever hurts to play it safe. on, man. Cool. Yeah, only 4 Estes. I really am taking a gamble by saying this. I've never lost to the Oceiros fight. I've never lost in this fight. But considering how easy it is to go back to that bonfire, I think I am going to go back to that bonfire. I'm trying to remember if there's like anything else to discover here. I don't think there is. It's just a short box of an area. Excuse me. I mean, does it? We have 30,000. I think that's enough for a level.
Welcome, Husby. Very then taken.
No, it's not. Jeez.
Farewell, Ashnathan.
Okay, well, we'll do the other thing I was thinking of. There's Yol. Didn't really care about him in the first place for this playthrough. There's Grey Rat. There's Carla. There's Corinx, who's probably...
Ah, there I am. If you see the land, the home of, at least, the place, well, if you see the lands of the...
I was hoping you would have some commentary about
teacher without a...
Carla being here.
Oh, champ, do you wish to hear?
Don't want to give her the deep one.
You know, in my home of Karim, I was a nun. I would be pleased to share the tales of miracles with you. Although, to be honest, I only know a few. But if I had a divine tome, I could tell you many tales and more. Oh, only I cannot see. Terribly sorry. But you'll have to find me a divine tome in Braille. Have a pleasant, I pray for you.
I think there's a divine tome in Archdragon Peak that we'll pick up, and that's the last one we give to her. Just gonna pull up my guide real quick. Maybe not. No, okay, there's one in, heck in the library, Duke's Archives. Like large Titanite shards, but not far from useful.
Ashen one.
That is, wasn't it?
There it is. Yeah, 5 Titanite chunks before we can fully upgrade.
Pretty big. I know.
I could upgrade the shield, but I still don't have enough strength to use it. So no real point there. I could upgrade the bow. That's what I could do. Nah, we'll do that later. Oh, there was another guy up here. The difficult part is that you can't send the elevator back up for this fight. Which hasn't mattered before. As mentioned, I've never lost to Oceiros. But there is unfortunately a first time for everything. I could try to just run past. I don't think we're going to do that. We're going to at least bait out this guy for a quick fight. Oh, quick. Depends on how consistently the backstabs actually happen. Oh. I'm a big fan of this cutscene.
You ignorant slaves. Finally taken notice, have you? Of the power of my beloved Ocelot, child of dragons. Well, I will not give him up, for he is all that I have.
I've heard it said you can hear a child crying once phase 2 starts, implying that there is actually a child there that's just invisible. But I don't know whether there is actually a child.
Dear little Ocelot, where have you gone? Are you hiding from me? Come out. Come out. Don't be afraid. You were born a child of dragons. What could you possibly fear? Now, show yourself, Ocelot. My dear little Ocelot.
There's the cry. I heard just one. Oh. Bigger chunk than I expected. Streak intact. The anxiety, man. I still don't have the freaking mimic hat. I don't remember where you get it. Thinking about it, I wonder if these guys were like prototypes for the lizards in the Volcano Manor area. Path of the Dragon, foreshadowing. Ooh, spoopy, scowy, dark. I am gonna go back and spend souls. I just wanted to make sure that we got this bonfire. We could do...
Welcome
Oh
home.
no! Whoa, crap! That is so not what I wanted to do. Does that cause a problem? Oof.
Ah.
Grandma, can you save me? Uh-oh. I so did not mean to hit that button.
Ah, have
Well met, yeah.
knowest that cordial intrusion lay, and so thou then, Ashen one.
Well, that really sucks. I'll just do a quick Google search to see if there's a fix for this. Google says that if you just come back, she's alive again, so fingers crossed. I will be more careful in the future. Okay. Whew. Fingers way away from the triggers.
I'm truly sorry, but knowest thou not? I cannot die. So please, Ashen One, allow me to serve thee. The lords have left their thrones and must be delivered to them. To this end, I am ever at thy side. Very well, then take
Totally apologize, ma'am.
Let these farewell, may the flame.
Okay. I think I am going to start dumping the rest of my souls into buying spells. I've mentioned that I am a simp for achievements. At least on some streams.
Well, well. I've never seen anything like this. This inscription. This tome is from the catacombs. Fascinating. On this day, the teacher learns alongside the pupil.
Oh, but I don't have the money for them. I'm a simp for achievements.
What is it, teacher?
I'm not going to buy the Dark Souls 3 DLC unless it's on sale, and it probably won't go on sale until the summer sale. And so, what I plan to do is beat the Lord of Cinder, whatever the last boss is called. I forget what his name is. I plan to finish the game, but you don't have to go straight into New Game Plus after you beat the game. In Dark Souls 3, like in Dark Souls 1 for sure, and maybe Dark Souls 2. So we'll start streaming a different game at that point, and then I'll be probably just grinding frickin' Covenant items while I'm bored. The Ashen Estus ring is like the Estus ring, but for XP rather than HP. Yeah, anyway, so I will eventually be getting all the achievements in this game. And wouldn't hate doing that on this character. Again, rerolls are a good, convenient way to make grinding much easier and farming Covenant enemies, especially. And so we'll do that eventually. I'm a little concerned with not dealing that much damage to these things. I wonder if I'm going to have the damage to beat Udix Gundyr. I guess Champion Gundyr, but... I was at least one Titanite chunk, so maybe... Another Titanite chunk. If we get bodied hard, we'll go see if we got enough Titanite to upgrade our weapon again. I don't think there's another Crystal Lizard, but maybe there is. So there are two. Gross. Still haven't encountered a boss weapon I really want to use. I don't think there's anything else here besides the two lizards dramatically spotlit by something. Jeez. Looks like she has the crystal rapier that gives increased soul drop. Crystal sorcery, pretty powerful. Yeah, we can both chug. Here's the bleed, finally. Okay, cool. That was harder than I thought, honestly. And no loot for that? Also thought there was another bonfire around here. Please don't die. That was scary. Yeah, as I recall, the bonfire originally is right here. I don't know if I can do it with 5 Estus. But then I have to fight through everything again, so, except for Crystal Hilda or whatever her name was. So, yeah, let's go rest. You can run through most things, even. No, if they were just individual Titanite chunks, it's a shame.
Welcome, speak. Very well, then take. Farewell, Ashne the...
Do not be... What is a teach?
As we get up if you want to nerd
Back
over
again,
here.
I suppose. Ah, you're a fine sorcerer now. No mistake. You should have something to prove it. Go on. If I'm giving something away, you'd better well take it.
Thanks, man.
I don't mean to in exchange in the form I hope. Come again.
Then there's a chance that I picked up Estus Shard. Did not reinforce.
That is, wasn't he?
Yep, cool.
Pretty.
All right, we're gonna try running past things. See how that goes. You'll hear the footsteps. My fear, I guess, is that I forgot. We haven't gone into the boss fight before, and so the fog wall might not prevent people from getting in. Okay, cool. That might just be a Dark Souls 1 problem. And now my eye is terribly itchy. Oh dear. Hey, jerk, that's mean. Yeah, don't mind me as I desperately try to scratch my eye. Nice. Nice. Punch. Ow. Truly just lucky that that didn't knock us all the way off the arena. Ow. Delightful. Yep, punish. For the gall of trying to run away to heal. I don't know if I should have used that second flask there. Yep, attacks. Let the stamina come back. Brutal. Brutal. Oh, We'll see. I don't think I'm going to do it. Yep, cool. But running through enemies is an option, so nice. It's 600 souls. I'm not going to be too worried about picking them up. Yeah, we're not embered anymore. It might actually be relevant. Just for how much damage we can deal. Okay. Oh, come on. Didn't really get a chance there. The wrong way. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm not planning to go through Embers trying to beat Champion Gunder. I might put on better armor. That's a possibility. Just being able to survive the attacks that we're bad at blocking or dodge rolling through might be helpful. I love the animation for that kick, though. I have absolutely no experience in any kind of martial combat, but I love the idea of, like, needing to actually... Is it a backstab? Do I have to backstab rather than just going from the front? No, but just like the stance that you take to attack an enemy from behind you, the step, and then okay, I'm just a big fan. Words are hard. Just barely. Ow. Walking was not enough. We can help. Is this the first fight we're actually gonna struggle with? Probably. Do I have the washing pole? No. Wouldn't mind a longer katana. We might be able to buy it from either the Shrine Handmaiden or Grey Rat. So maybe we'll try that too with this. I don't think it alone would be the solution to our problems, but getting a dex weapon with a higher base stat value that would get an upgrade might not hurt. Obviously, I need to just get good, but beyond that, there are other things we can do to make the fight easier too. Yeah, not a martial expert in any means. I just feel like a weapon that long is probably easier to use two-handed. But what do I know? So maybe it's not even a backstab opportunity, it's just him transitioning to the next phase. I remember whining to myself about this fight where he just doesn't give opportunities to back off, ever. Yeah. That shoulder check continues to be a pain. Yeah. Being able to dodge, maybe I have to go to the left for that. Being able to dodge both the thrust and the slice afterwards is really tricky. theoretically actually using a shield could help. Yeah, I think just treating that as a free damage, well, a mostly free damage opportunity, rather than trying to find a critical hit. So just dodging collect isn't enough. We have smart too. Yeah, that was a bad dodge. Good stuff, though. Good stuff. Very different fight from the Nameless, well, from the first part of the Nameless King, but this might not bode well for the likelihood of clearing Nameless King today. Because second phase Nameless King is pretty similar. Oh, geez, that was also a bad dodge. All right. I mean, again, some people are here to watch someone struggle with a boss. It's funnier if I get angry about it. I acknowledge that. I just don't like getting angry at Souls games. It's never productive, really. Because it's not like the game is actually unfair, right? It's consistent and most of the time not buggy. So the fact that it's difficult doesn't justify anger at losing a lot, in my opinion. And it definitely doesn't justify complaining about the boss's moveset. Which I admit is a Zen that I have not perfected. There are still certain cases where I'm not happy about a boss. Again, I've never successfully, without cheese, beaten Millennia, and I still haven't beaten Prime Consort Radon in Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. So there are still bosses that I'm not, like, chuffed about, to say the least. But in general, it's like, what's the point of getting that, right? You're just gonna play worse. You're just gonna embarrass yourself, for lack of a better old-like term. Getting frustrated with yourself, 100% reasonable. Because, again, there are a lot of times where you just goof up and you know you goof up and it sucks because you didn't mean to, or you hit the wrong button or whatever, and it's tough nails, tough mistake. I don't like swearing, I don't choose tos, but yeah, tough shit is what I want to say. Because that's just what it is, right? When you mess up, that's how it goes. So, I don't know. It's more entertaining to watch people crash out. I get that. I've been trying not to crash out playing this game. You never know. Champion Gundyr might get me there. I hadn't really appreciated how convenient Stakes of America are. I haven't played a non-Elden Ring Souls game in a while. But this run back in particular is just difficult enough. I'm not, like, fully checked out for it. It'd be nice if I could fully check out for it. Like the Abyss Watchers, you can pretty much fully check out, because all you have to do is backstab one guy and run past a couple others. I haven't really started trying to actually learn his moveset. I've just been kind of trying to react properly. So maybe I will put more conscious thought into the move chains that he does. Okay. He mostly does the kick if you get behind him, and that's a real shame. I do remember you can get an attack off in between each of those big swings if you are stamped up. If you don't have stamina though, you're hooked. Yep. The jump attack is the best time to get a heal off. Yep. Don't get baited. Just the punch shoulder check combo. Nope. Didn't expect the third attack, but he didn't do the overhead swing. Rip. There's the heal. Ow. Ow. I was literally, the thought just crossed my mind that he hadn't done his running charge, then swing attack, and then he did that attack and I completely threw it. So it goes. Oh. Goofy. Goofy bad choices. I was trying to power through and keep dealing damage while he was staggered, and then tried to get the heal off, but then the phase change little burst interrupted the heal. Yeah, so the third hit there is not overhead, and so if I get far enough away, I can get the heal off safely. Punch, no shoulder check. I love the knock in the air and kick. I love that so much, though. Not on time. Ooh, are we just... No, we're not dead. Okay. I found, through my semi-regular playing Beat Saber, I found that sometimes being sleepy really helps my reaction speed, and sometimes being sleepy really kills my reaction speed. Because there are some times where I'm just exhausted, but I'm still, because I use Beat Saber as a workout. When I don't have the chance to play pickleball, because, you know, sometimes my friends are busy, or sometimes the courts we want to play at are far away, or whatever. So whenever I don't play Beat Saber, I have 3 days that I play sports and exercise, quote unquote. Whatever. I play Beat Saber consistently. Some days I wake up, or I boot up the game, and I am just garbage, absolute trash. I miss so many notes, I don't get full combos on any song. And some days I'm exhausted, I start playing and everything just seems to have slowed down. Like, truly, it just, everything has slowed down. Playing Souls-like games is very similar, where sometimes nothing makes sense, where the hits all they just keep coming and they don't stop coming. And some days everything just flows perfectly. And so today, it feels more like one of the first days where I can see that there is like consistency. I can see there are patterns, and I can see about a half second after the fact where I messed up. But we'll see how much of this stream is dedicated to just consistently losing to this guy. It could be a lot. Because sometimes I will boot up Beat Saber and I will beat, like, I'll play 3 songs that I haven't played in a while, and I will get new high scores on them. And I'll play more songs that I have played consistently, and I'll still get more high scores. Because it just makes sense on some days. Dodging away from the charge attack worked a lot better than I expected it to, given how much this fight and most will punish you for dodging backwards. Ow. I tried to dodge. But again, that half second too late. I had no stamina, so I didn't want to try. Thanks, we'll take the heal chance. Yep. No. Oh. Yeah, I hit the heal button and then just saw Doom approaching. That's fine. I didn't want to risk. And maybe I should have. Because he might have just been one hit away. We did have the unique effect last fight of staggering him in the second phase rather than in the transition to the second phase. And so that might be something to try to manipulate if we can hit him hard, but not so hard that it starts phase 2 too quickly. But I don't know. The hardest part is making sure we have the stamina to do anything about knocking him down. there too. That's pretty good. Yeah, so the double roll back does actually do some work there. Oh, just barely. Too close, but it wasn't too punishing. Yeah, greedy panic rolls there. At least the number of tragic, brutal int versus fights where we actually get reasonably close is still very balanced in the reasonably close scale. Crap. Yeah. My cat started singing the song with his people. It is 17 minutes past when he should be fed, but I'm a little busy. Really. It's also obviously possible that he has been fed and he is now begging for attention rather than food. A very common occurrence in our house. Oh no. It would be really funny if he could fall off himself. I mean, maybe this is just hubris. I feel like I'm not that far off from having a good run where I beat, so I don't really want to change things up yet. Ooh. First time for everything, as mentioned earlier. Again, I love that he does the kick behind. I think it's such a good attack. Because if you haven't noticed, the way I cheese 80% of this game is by getting behind people and attacking them. And so it is tailor-made to punish my particular breed of cowardice. Which I truly, truly love. I don't think I would be better off not locked on. It's just when he gets around me with that charge attack that the camera goes wonky and makes it hard to... process what his next attack is. If we get desperate, there is the summon that we can do. Oh dear, is that it? No, cool. take the heal. Yeah, again, agreed with that dodge roll. Yeah. Ooh, boy. The goal, clearly, is to make each fight last longer than the run back does. If nothing else, for sheer entertainment value. It's paradoxical, because the most fun part of any Souls game is struggling against a boss. It's the best part. It's the hardest part of replaying Souls games. The reason you replay Souls games usually is to try to build, because then you struggle in a different way. And so this is the fun part of a Souls game, me at least, mostly. Obviously, I would like to win, but the problem is that it gets less entertaining the less I can entertain while I am constantly beating my head against the fight and trying to focus and whatever. So there are some people in the world who are entertained even without commentary. Perhaps fewer than those who like witty, snappy commentary / crash outs. Yeah. No, what? Get away first before I can think about healing. Come on. Okay, good. Not that it really changed the amount of health I lost, but the one upside to like getting closer to a crash out is that definitely gets me more invested and gets me more like pumped up for a fight. And that's kind of what I'm losing, or why I'm losing here, is that I'm not like thinking enough. I'm not, brain is too turned off to win some of these fights. And so we're trying. I rolled too quickly. You gotta time it, because while you stay in the animation of getting up after being knocked down, you're fairly invulnerable to things. And you can interrupt that animation by rolling. So you have to time it right for when he knocks you down and then does that jump attack, and I went too early and died. But yeah, like, trying to, as the kids say, lock in helps, but then then it hurts more when you lose. So it's a balance. It's a tightrope we walk. When I get sleepy like this, when I don't sleep enough, it's usually like an hour or two of being brain foggy and slow, and then I get back to lock-in status. So we'll see. The fight doesn't change all that much between phase 1 and 2. It just speeds up. And he is right-handed predominantly, which generally means you can avoid a lot of attacks if you can go far enough around his right side. Rip. Ooh, nasty. Yeah. No. Whew. Yeah, because it still does the punch shoulder check. Yeah, it's much faster phase 2. Okay. Phase 2. Yeah. into his big opening hit. Well, I mean, in other news, I've been playing Pokemon Scarlet again. There's all of the other Pokemon things happening recently have been rousing my appetite for a Pokemon game. And it's been, you know, it's been a lot of fun. Playing on Switch 2 helps, not immensely. It's not like it's going to change your opinion of the game to play it on Switch 2, because there isn't even a Switch 2 version. But it's been really fun. And I've been intentionally not using all the Pokemon I usually use, because the Pokemon I usually use are just really good. And it opens the opportunity to use Pokemon that are really good that I don't usually use. Like, I've never used Palafin before. And I'm excited to give it a shot. But, like, I have Pinkaton as my fairy type and a steel type. I don't usually have steel types in my party. I currently have both a Swablu and Fletchinder. And I'm going to need to get rid of one. I'm leaning towards Swablu because there are a lot of dragon types that I wouldn't mind using. Jeez. But the original starter I picked was Coco. So now I'm playing with Sprigatito. And the other, like, I've run into a lot of dark types, and I'm like, ooh, I'd like to use you, but I'm committed to having my starter be my dark type. So it's been interesting to have the different restrictions on party comp based on my standard guiding principle of only one of each type and as much coverage as possible. I also prefer 3 evolution to 2 evolution Pokemon where possible, but there are some good 2 evolution Pokemon with good enough stat spread, but they're not useless. Look at me, you Gyarados, who was my other go-to. Because I don't like open world slop games. I don't like mirror checkpoints and map markers. But I do love just running around and exploring and picking things up. Emphasis on picking things up. I would like Pokemon Scarlet significantly less if there weren't little sparkles everywhere to pick up on the ground. I had to scratch my head instead of heal there. Sure. That was pure luck to dodge those. Two out of those 4. Absolute. Didn't dodge the second time. Yeah, he always, unless you let him start an animation first before going for the heal when you're back far enough away, he will always go for that. big, long, sweeping attack that will reach you halfway across the map. Yeah, that was bad. My brother, I got out of the bathroom and my brother quickly handed me his Switch 2 and said, "Here, do this Pokemon Championship battle for me. I don't care if you win." So that's my one experience with Pokemon Champions so far. It could be fun, but I am a little too stupid to, I say stupid, competitive Pokemon is not a strong interest of mine. I think it's really fascinating to learn about and to watch other people be good at. But like, it's too big brained for what I want out of turn-based JRPGs. I just like leveling up my Pokemon a lot so that I don't have to be good to win. I'm also very basic. Like, most of my favorite Pokemon come from Gen 1, some of them from Gen 2. There are standouts from most generations, but the kind of simp who always wants to play with the Gengar, who always wants to have Gyarados, who... The Psychic type is always the hardest one for me, because I really like Metagross, I like Gardevoir, and I like Alakazam. You don't need a Psychic type, clearly, but it's helpful. The other hard choice is that there aren't many rock type Pokemon I actually like. Rock/ground. I've never been a big like Garchomp enjoyer. Of the pseudo legendary dragons, Garchomp's one of my least favorite. I like Salamence a lot. I mean, friggin' Tyranitar is probably my favorite, but every time I want to play with Tyranitar, I always run into fighting types that just absolutely ruin my day. Yeah, saw that coming. Didn't see that one coming, but I'm not surprised by it. Ow, come on, man. No. Okay. We did do the second block that time, and that helped. To block the dodge. No grabby. Can you get away from this edge, please? Just double heal when we have a chance. Hey, we got there. Just had to talk about it. Good stuff. Sure. We'll even take a rest. Cool. Anyway. I've never played Pokemon X and Y, which made Pokemon Legends Z to A much less impactful for me. When I say never played, I got to the 4th gym and then had a team that was very weak to grass, and then just never finished the game. I think it was the 4th gym, anyway. So that's the one Pokemon game I've not played. I really liked Gen 5 in general. I thought having a whole unique Pokedex for a new area was cool. take you out first. It didn't even cross my mind that winning gave us two levels worth of souls, so it'd be so funny if we just died to this Black Knight and lost those souls for good. We're far enough away that I don't think we'd lose the souls for good, but it would be, again, so funny. Retrospectively, didn't like Gen 4 as much. There aren't any Pokemon from Gen 4 I adore. I think Empoleon was my starter. And Empoleon's cool, but I don't know. I didn't play Gen 7 when it came out, but I did play it eventually, and I really enjoyed Pokemon Sun. I never played Ultra Sun and Moon. I heard they were good, though, mostly. And then kind of ditto for Sword and Shield, Gen 8. I played them eventually, and it was cool, but among many things, like, I just hated the outfits that you had to wear when riding your bike, which is a really petty reason not to like a game in general, but it was so annoying for whatever reason. Still not getting that backstab, huh? It's fine. But Pokemon Scarlet Violet was one of the first since being an adult that I was like ready for, engaged with, looking at leaks for, looking at spoilers for, etc. And it was a good time. And so I'm very excited for Wind and Waves. Winds and Waves, I think. I think they're both 5 letters. Starters, so far, not a huge fan of the 3 starters. I like the Gecko one. I think it's cute. I don't really like Inteleon, but I do like Sobble a lot. But I mean, I'm excited to play more Pokemon, is the bottom line, and so I am enjoying playing Scarlet Violet again. I think there is intentionally less to explore than the actual, or our Firelink Shrine, because they're both actual Firelink Shrines, but could be wrong. Bud. Chaos Blade might be a worthy weapon to upgrade. Sparta? Not quite. Yeah, got him. Rip. It's a fine. 87,000 souls. We can get them back. We might just run past the first 2 to make sure we do that, because not being embered will make those hits more significant. I really don't like losing souls. It's fine, we can fight 2 Black Knights at once. Come on. We might also just be able to run in. or just get them to disengage. That is a-okay as well. I think the coiled sword fragment is a one-time homeward bone, or it's a permanent homeward bone. All those ashes, maybe those will let us buy Titanite chunks. Now, yeah. So, for those not familiar, there are 3 endings in Dark Souls 3, believe it or not. 2 endings in Dark Souls 1. I think there are 3 endings in Dark Souls 2. You can choose to link the fire, which is what we're going to do. You can choose to become Lord of the Dark, which is just similar to Dark Souls 1. You walk out instead of linking flame. But the 3rd ending, if you pick up the eyes of the Firekeeper, you can give them to the Firekeeper in our world, and then she will get not depressed. I don't know. She'll get shell-shocked, I think is the best way to describe it, and will tell you that to end all things is better. And so you get the I forget what it's called, but she puts the fire out permanently rather than leaving it unkindled. She just puts the fire out, and then the Age of Dark begins, or the true dark begins.
Well, fancy that. A lost lamb wandereth in, with nary a peep from the bell. Well, thou shouldst my purpose know. What can this old handmaid provide thee?
She sells Jortorius' outfit, which is fun. We're not going to buy it. There's no need.
To skirt the curse's grasp. Tarry not for long. 'Tis dark for now, and not a soul stirs. But remember, fires are known to fade in quiet. Or perhaps thou'rt captive already, like the poor girl. To skirt 'tis all like
Yeah.
best.
The concept of this, the lore of this world, this realm, this is a world where the hero of this world woke too late. The fire had gone out, and so presumably Champion Gundyr is the person who was supposed to kindle the fire, but he was woken by the bell too late to do anything, and so that's why it's all dark here. I don't think there's anything on the other side. Don't know what the seed does, if I'm being real. I also don't think there's any benefit to getting up here. I don't know if you even can, if I'm being real. Cool. So I don't think there's a pickle pea in this world. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. It is a complete mirror of Outworld, though, so... Anyway. Just fun, cool lore, cool stuff. Yeah, I did think it's just a permanent homeward bone. Which is not a bad prize, if we're being real.
Welcome, Hub. Speak. Very well.
I'm
Then
not going to give the Eye of the Firekeeper to her.
Farewell, Ashen. May the...
I... Do not big. What is it?
Now we go to the... I want to say eponymous. I don't know if that qualifies for a stream title or not. But the eponymous peak. I'm pretty sure this is the fastest way to get there. No. It's over there. Okay. I'm pretty sure. Here's this dragon who's sitting, contemplating something. So we join in contemplation until whether it's reality or a dream, unclear. At the end of the day, who cares? But we ascend to Archdragon Peak. Ta-da! I don't know where I would rate this area overall, though. Joking stream title aside, I don't know where I would rate it overall. Because there's not any part of this area that I actually like. A lot of the enemies are annoying. It's not like it's visually all that interesting. It's a different kind of gray. The two bosses are kind of cool. The first boss is a gimmick boss and is conceptually cool, but kind of a pain, especially if you, for whatever reason, your plunging attack doesn't go off properly. Not much you can do about that. And the Nameless King is one of the best fights in the Souls franchise, in my opinion. But the rest of the area is kind of awful. Also, don't know where the bonfire is. Memory says we do have to clear. If we die, we respawn at that load-in point, I believe, but not ideal, to say the least. And again, it would be very nice if we could upgrade our weapon all the way, but we just haven't gotten enough chunks. We need 2 more than that one that we just picked up. Where is he? I guess it's on the other side. There is a big A dragon. On a mountain somewhere around here. Let's go back and see if we can buy a different katana from someone. Well, we have 17 souls. And we can give her the hollow.
Ah. Gracious. Let this I only...
Yeah, so we can buy the washing pole. Let's do that. We can buy Carla's outfit. Don't have a compared to what I'm currently wearing option from here. Kind of a shame.
Ashen one.
So we have an abundance of
Just wasn't it?
well, this takes 18 strength too, huh? And if we're gonna get to 18 strength, we might as well use the Black Blade, which is just slightly better. So I guess maybe we will get to 18 strength instead of just holding all the decks. Maybe we would try Rapier or the S-Stock or something, but... Shame. Okay, well,
Pretty be careful. I go.
strength it is. Remember A lot of things shooting at me. If you go through... Hey, there's another truck. A lot of things shoot you if you go through the gate. We're gonna go around. I don't think you can backstab these guys. They're very big. We're just gonna get a strong attack. Yep. You want to join me, bud? He did, but the long way around. Here's that other Titanite chunks. Maybe we will go. Upgrade that. Nice. Okay, I think this starts the boss fight. What running in there, but I also don't think there's much else to look around at until we fight the wyverns. So it's not like we have that many souls. I guess we can go down around here. Yeah. Let's see how well I remember the run. We might have to ring the bell, but I think it's just, yeah. Hey, bud. Ow. I don't even know if it's possible to fight it for real, for real. Also, I thought there was a doorway here, but guess not. You fall off? I think so. Something I fall off, but something anyway. Guess it is this way, isn't it? Yeah, I remember all of these. I remember all of these pricks. Oh, please. Dice. Shoot me in his head, plunging attack. Cool. Woohoo! Embarrassing, but successful. We can go back there, so it's not really a worry that we didn't get all the stuff. We will go back there eventually, but first things first. Let's go start leveling up our strength. If we're leveling up our strength. I don't plan to use the Titanite slab until after we assess whether it's worth it to use the other katanas. I will use the chunks that we've gotten to upgrade.
That is quite neat.
Once. So I'm going to hold on to the slab. I think you get one in Archdragon Peak when you fight the Hovel. The clone, not clone of Hovel? I don't remember. Yeah, I think we will go back first. Four attacks is still a lot of attacks. Probably better to fight this guy not on top of the ledge, but he'll keep knocking me off with his axe. There's also something to do with this bell and the other bell. I thought the bell, is how you, not this one, the other one is how you go from fighting to not fighting Nameless King. Jeez. I'll iterate again that I am choosing to use very, very, very flimsy armor. And so yes, of course things in the last endgame areas are going to hit for a lot of damage. That said, it's still just annoying how much damage things do. Hello, health free R3. Thank you for letting me know. My memory of this game is quite spotty. It's been 6 years-ish since I played consistently, so I wasn't sure. Glad to know that I don't have to worry about that one. Because they did wrong in the cutscene, right? And that's how it teleported to us. That's how it teleported us to the other place. Anyway, yeah, thanks. We stagger you? We can't stagger you. Stuff. Hellfire. There you go. That makes sense. That makes sense. I don't have diagnosed dyslexia. Sometimes I am simply too lazy to read through a word consistently, especially I was thinking of Bell and therefore Belfry, and that's why I was reading it as Hellfree. So apologies for misreading your name, but thank you for the correction. Stuff. Two Titanite chunks. You're really spoiling us now. You can backstab the little ones at least. That's something. I didn't want to kick you. I wanted to backstab you. Hey, I like it when they drop their weapons. Okay, so not having that guy spitting fire at us makes fighting these guys easier. The chain axe people are especially annoying because the range is immense. It makes it hard to fight anyone else. Okay. Okay. Let's not roll off, shall we? Nope. Let's let our stamina regenerate, shall we? Cool, okay. Because then, walking through here, that's just the bonfire we were just at. So I think that's this area fairly looted, barring I missed anything. I am using just the plain Uchigatana that you get from the Lone Master outside Firelink Shrine. I've been looking for a better weapon all game. What I'm trying to do is straight a dex build as possible when doing a dex build, unintended. And it's not working very well in terms of finding good new dex weapons that I want to use. So I'm going to be upgrading strength enough to use some of the other katanas that I've found, but it is just the Uchigatana. Don't know if you can. No, you can fall down here. Okay. So there's one more item there, and I guess we've got to pick up. We'll go get that. We picked up the Chaos Blade in the unkindled, whatever it's called. That also takes strength and is fire slash Pointing Link Titanite upgraded, so I didn't necessarily want to truck with it until I committed to using strength in the first place. Ugh. Ring of Steel Protection might actually put that one on. I've been doing Hovel's Ring, Covetous Silver Serpent Ring, Chloranthe Ring, and Estus Shard or Estus Ring, whatever. It's fine, but I don't know. If things get tough, obviously the strat is to take off the Covetous Silver Serpent Ring, because it is covetous and not necessary, but I like souls. That's why I have the Shield of Want equipped, even though I, again, have not until recently had the strength to use it properly. I think we went down here. Yeah. Didn't want to miss that. Yeah, see, I miss things frequently. That's why I wanted to do the second trip. Not that these things are by any stretch necessary. But cool. Cool. I think the stuff on those ledges up there are part of the next area. Maybe the stuff on those ledges is part of the next area. Stuff is. Anyway. Depending, so there's an enemy upstairs who summons people, NPCs. Depending on who you get, this can be a very easy fight or one you just run from. Like Hovel, bless his heart, it's very easy to backstab. Oh, I have no more Estus, huh? Well, cool. Die next to the bonfire, best strat. But yeah, some of the people that some of the NPCs that can be summoned are very easy, and some of them are very difficult. In my experience last time I played this game. I kind of want to go level up, but I don't think I'm going to. As with all NPCs, the best strat is cheese. Just backstab them. The lightning sucks, but I think you get the Calamity Ring. Wait, you're summoning another one? You prick. I heard you though. Are you the one that's just up here? The not so crystalline lizards. I think they can drop Titanite chunks. Farm those guys enough to get them to drop their staff once when I was playing before, and because when wielding it you get additional soul acquisition, and then it wasn't worth it because it's just a bad staff. I mentioned in the description of this stream that these guys are why I'm concerned about how quickly Archdragon Peak will take, because they don't really worry, they don't concern themselves with slicing weapons. They aren't affected at all. I think this is the shortcut back to the first bonfire. Yeah, because if I remember right, I would just run up to here, kill the thing, homeward bone. Or there's a quicker one of the two. I think the second bonfire in the mausoleum area might have another one of those guys that's easy to kill. You can't pull a fast one on me like that. Can we get out though, please? Ugh. It's fine. 75,000 souls. We're fine. I don't think that unsummons the NPC though. You can see Hobble. I do want to kill NPC Hobble though. Crazy how he's able to roll so effectively with all of his armor, but he is the rock. Nope, I tried to roll, it didn't go off. Souls first. Oh, come on. Cool. Okay, having killed him, I'm gonna do it for real this time. I'm pretty sure you get the Calamity Ring if you Path of the Dragon here. Yeah. Hooray, Dark Souls 1 fan service. You can go down here and go out that way, I believe. Again, I think that eventually leads to where you start the Nameless King fight. We're going to go in and out Because I didn't get got by the guy on the left, but I did get got by the guy on the right. Okay. I died a lot in this area. These pricks, especially. Both the shield ones and not shield ones. But the small guys, like, I had to get pretty good to fight the small guys. Big guy is much easier to fight when you don't have a little guy causing problems. I don't have enough stamina. Oh, come on. Can we just... Let's not roll over the edge, please. Ow. Yep. Shame. Shame. Cool. I genuinely, probably, would not have remembered this ladder had we not stumbled into that. It's up here. Is it up here where the quote-unquote real hovel is? Or is that a different ladder? Different ladder, I guess. There is a ladder, I'm pretty sure, that similarly hidden leads to the genuine article, the guy who drops another Titanite slab. lizard, kill it, it's cute. Pretty sure you get that guy from behind. It's so cute though. Just not much health. They don't have so much health. I just wish I had a blunt weapon I could use, a strike weapon. But obviously I have hundreds of weapons that I could pick from, but nothing stat-wise I can use effectively. If I remember, there's something gimmicky about that thing too. Like it's either just an illusion or it's being created by someone and we kill someone and it takes out the dragon, wyvern, whatever. Or we just shoot it. I don't see plunging attack spot. I have a vague memory of just sitting and shooting something for hours. That's obviously hours is an exaggeration. Okay. That's not as safe a spot as I thought it was. Probably shoot it through the window. Guess not, no hitbox. We should probably upgrade this bow. Yeah, its health bar doesn't seem to be going down. Maybe it is, and it's just hard to see. Obviously, we don't have any essence flasks left. And we're still carrying around 10,000 souls. I thought the next bonfire was really close. At least we got it lit before Naked Dude comes and eats our lunch. Ricard, it looks like he has Belka's hat and guard's rapier. This is the one that I farmed the staff off of, presumably. Okay, so this will give us at least 2 more levels, which puts us in the range of the Chaos Katana. I think it'll give us 3, which is still 1 fewer than we need for either of the other katanas.
Let these souls...
So many souls to level up at this point.
Farewell, Ashmaid.
We're gonna go upgrade the bow.
That is one.
We're gonna hold off on the chunks, just because we'll want them for whatever else we buy. We have the choice.
You know about leaving for another round of thieving?
If we send Grey Rat, he
There
dies.
must be something of use in Lothric Castle.
Nothing we can do about it. I think we're gonna do it.
I'm aware of the danger. That castle is a death trap. Not a single man has returned from the castle unscathed, even back in the day. But I don't want to sit around and die a petty rat, and I consider myself your friend.
Yeah.
Thank you for
We're gonna
placing
do it.
your
Bless
trust
his
in
heart.
me. Don't you worry. I know Lothric like the back of my hand.
Before he goes, I guess we can buy the rest of his Twinkling Titanite. So long, Grey Rat.
Goodbye. I will leave for some time. So long for now. Do stay safe, you hear? Or my efforts will have been for naught.
Okay. So we're gonna go explore the rest of this place before we fight Nameless King. We'll for sure give Nameless King at least 1 go before the end of the stream. But want to make sure to see the sights and loot the loot. I don't think we missed. There were maybe 1 or 2 things out here. I just wanted to check. I felt like there was something. Drake is still here. Anyway. Sure. I don't know what's down here. Ah, this is Havel's ladder, if I recall correctly. That's kind of fun. Twinkling Titanite, you say? Twinkling Titanite, you say? Okay, let's go see if we can actually fight Havel for real. The man is a rock. We get the cheeky backstab on him. We're gonna go to full health. Just play it safe. No cheeky backstab. Yeah, I should know better than to try to stagger him mid attack. The armor does not permit. Bruh. Yeah. Ah, damn. It doesn't last that long. That's something. Feels weird breaking his posture like that. Doesn't seem like it should happen. Rip. When he's blocking with his club, that makes a little more sense. When he's blocking with his shield, it doesn't seem all that realistic to... Got him. Yeah. Thanks, Havel. We'll take your Titanite slab. I think that's everything up here. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's a second Titanite slab in this area. Heck, if I know where it is, though, offhand. Okay, just getting my bearings real quick. I'm pretty sure... thought that was close to where we would loop back, but it appears I was incorrect. This, okay, cool. Cool. Not planning to rest yet. Nice. We love iframes. About every 5 hits that they stagger. Oh, that classy. Okay. Okay. Nice. Nice. Love that for them. Nice. So where was the little guy that came out afterward? Ah, okay, so he just comes from further up. See if we can get just one of them to party. Oh, I definitely thought he had normal axe. You know, I totally understand. I don't know if I have fully quit and never come back, but I have definitely said, no, I'm not doing this right now, and then come back later. Because it's just a mess. There's a summon we can use, but I've been trying to avoid summoning as much as possible. Yeah, my brain just filtered that we had aggroed this guy with the big axe rather than the... Oh, that was truly merciful. That clip did not hit us right here. Like, that would have been so bad. We'll just top off. I think that's the majority. There's like one or two other little guys. And that's, but otherwise, I think that's pretty much it. There's this prick who has gotten me, rolled me off the edge a number of times in my life. Okay, we're still missing a divine tome here. Question mark? I think I might have misread that. I think the divine tome's in Lothric Castle / the Duke's Archives, but we're still missing a couple of things here. Okay, Dragon Chaser's Ashes might be the last thing here. There's, at the top of this whole path, there is another place to do the Way of the Dragon, Path of the Dragon, whatever it's called. Because we have the big dragon. Zuli the Witch YouTuber has a video where they detail that this dragon had animations at one point, that it is actually an NPC of sorts, but cut content. You can look that one up. That means we've got about an hour to try to fight Nameless King. If we can beat the Nameless King, then we are well on our way to completing Dark Souls 3 in 1 or 1.5 more streams. If we can't beat Nameless King in this stream, then it's probably going to be 2. So let's go... Ooh, I don't know if we actually have... I think it's 45,000. We only have 44. We have a couple of soul items. Nope. Status. No, 43,000. Okay.
Welcome.
We are just barely good.
Then take
And that puts us still just shy of
Farewell, Ashen One.
using new katanas. But when we beat Nameless King, we'll have enough souls to level up and upgrade one of the other two katanas to close to the same point. So I said it at the top of the stream, but reiterating, I got really, really good at fighting Nameless King because he's really hard, and to beat him you have to be really good at fighting him particularly. Again, that was 6 years ago. About 6 years ago. And so we'll see how much carries over. I think I have phase 1 still pretty hard-coded. I don't know if I have phase 2 nearly as well. My memory is you just step off. Yeah. That's not dealing a lot of damage. Definitely heads the weak spot. About the second attack there. Way too early. So not as hard-coded as I thought. The one attack I really remember is the standing fire breathing attack, because if he does that at the right time, it's very easy to get a lot of good hits on the head. Yeah, you can get on the outside of that, or inside of that even. And then free money. That's pretty good. Here, our damage is good, just not at the peak. We'll take the chance to heal before the cutscene starts. We'll play the cutscene once, and we'll skip it every other time. It's great at least once, but... Ready for this? Very Ornstein, much smile. Okay. Wow, okay. I was shocked I survived with a little sliver. We have the Dragon Slayer armor boss left, if that counts as a boss. And then we have Lothric and Lorien. Odds of me struggling against Dragon Slayer armor are very slim. I might lose once or twice, but I'm pretty confident that I'll be able to take that out pretty quick. Lothric and Lorien might be a slog. I don't know if it'll be as much of a slog as Champion Gundyr was. We'll see. But the point I'm trying to make is that this is the last real slog that will have a boss fights for at least until I get the DLC. Just gonna run back for this. It's too far away to really get at the head.
Fancy that. Nope. Yeah. It's very hard to do this fight with lock on, but that doesn't mean it's easy to do without, because depth perception with matters of size this big, not the easiest. We'll be able to start the second phase just with that. Oh, cool. Again, just take the full heal when you have the chance for that. It's much better than trying to be fancy and saying, no, I can save it. Like, nah. He hits really hard. It's generally not worth trying to play it fancy. I don't remember if he has like a pseudo phase 3 or not. Some bosses do, like when they're halfway down on their second health bar, they will do another moveset. Yeah, that was a bad dodge. So I'm gonna put on the. I don't really need Hopple's ring, so I'm either gonna put on the steel stone plate ring or the. Probably not on the lightning clutch ring. Let's do steel stone or rings of steel protection. Because he's dealing primarily lightning damage, I think, but I think it's also partially physical. And I don't think our dodging window is so narrow that losing Hobble's ring is gonna hurt us any. I think I've got, especially phase 1, down enough that I'm not gonna be really hurt by missing the ring. and that was just a bad dodge. The AoE lightning from that is what gets me more often than not. I feel like the amount of damage that critical does is like inconsequential, and it just does however much is necessary to get to the next stage. Again, bad dodges there. Good survive. I am remembering, though. I am definitely remembering the fight. Yeah, that was also a bad dodge. That's not a common attack. the cheeky heal before the critical and get a heal after. Because it cuts the health down about to that point regardless, each time. Because anyway, curious about how much damage the critical does there. Truly blessed by that sliver of HP. And again, the greedy roll. I gotta stop rolling as soon as I can. We could theoretically try Embering instead of Estusing to go into phase 2. Generally speaking, I'm not a huge fan of using Embers except when I'm already out of Estus, because obviously Estus is a renewable resource, whereas Embers are more costly to renew. But it's a thought. Just gonna drink instead of hit. Okay, so that obviously just sent it to phase 2. Anyway. Yeah, waited too long there. Nope. One hit. One hit. Oh, you spoiled it. Ow. again, we'll take the heal before the crit. And then just to deal with it, I guess. Screen twitched. I don't know if it's a matter of I don't have too much running in the background. I guess we've got to post Steam. Sometimes it will stutter a little bit. Should be enough window to heal. Oh, wasn't expecting the third hit there. Do this all day. I'm fine with that. Again, third hit. Gotta figure out what the difference for that is. Yeah, that was greedy. Very quick. Yeah. The thrust is significantly faster than the slam. I'm not always prepared for the thrust. Should be. There's one done. Or not. There we go. Yeah. Taking out my wrist a little because it's getting a little tense. Ow. I shouldn't have tried to heal. Sometimes you can be greedy and get away with it. Sometimes they'll just miss if you just go for a cheeky heal right up next to them. Not today, it seems. At least, mercifully, the run back is just so much better than Champion Gunter. Phase 1 doesn't usually take all out. It's like 2 minutes. Assuming you get good attacks at least. Yeah, like there, that's a cheeky heal you can get consistently. And that was such a bad roll. That was such a bad roll. Oh. It just, yeah. Boss rush is the only thing that Souls games are really missing. That's clearly an understatement. Overstatement, whatever. Clearly not literally true, but like, if there was a boss rush mode, if there was a what's it called? What is it in Hollow Knight? Dream. I forget what it's called. Anyway, if you had the option to just refight Souls bosses whenever you wanted to practice specific phases, then it'd be so much easier to be good at the game. And there are times where I foolishly argued that, no, you can just play through the game again. Like, no one has time for that. Because off times, not always, but off times, you get one lucky run where you manage somehow to do it, to beat the boss, and then you're like, oh, well, I don't know how I did that, I don't understand. And next time you want to play the game, it's like, oh, well, here we are again, hope I get lucky again. I am too EP to manage to consistently get the timing on that thrust attack. I suspect I'm not going to be able to get it done this stream. But I'm hoping that the practice put in will put me in good stead to beat him when I come back next week. A win is in fact a win. No shade on anyone who gets lucky on their fight. My concern is merely it feels so much better to learn the fight and win than it does to win. There have been a couple of times. I mean, one of the first times that I fought the Flying Dragon Agheel in Elden Ring, he landed on the ledge. There's a cliff next to the lake. He landed on that ledge and then took a half step and died to fall damage because he clipped and did not trigger his flying animation. And it's like, okay, that's cool, but now I don't have this opportunity to practice fighting against dragons. So for sure, a win is a win. And if you're playing the game, you win the game barring cheats. But I like the opportunity to learn the fight. And eventually I will, or I'll remember the fight more aptly. But I just wish I had the opportunity to practice without going through phase 1 every time. I mean, to be fair to where it's called Pantheon of the Gods, in Hollow Knight, you do have to go through phase 1 to get to phase 2 of bosses there. So if it was just ripped straight out of Hollow Knight, it wouldn't be sufficient. But the exception in my mind is that they have 2 different names. It's King of the Storm and then Nameless King. And so the hope would then be that you can do each fight at your leisure. But Gravity Win is still a win, yeah. I think I got the kill off. Yeah. I even waited long enough to see if there was going to be a second attack there, and I still... When I rolled away, because it was the wrong attack. But okay. I quite agree. Or at least, I think that the final boss should have been of the caliber of the Nameless King compared to the whatever Lord of Cinder that is the final boss in this game. Because Lord of Cinder is not that hard. I say, ready to eat my words at such a time as I lose a lot to him, but he's simply put, every time I fought him, it's been a disappointment. So I definitely agree that if not one-to-one transplant this fight exactly, definitely something of this caliber or difficulty could have been better as the final boss. The third attack. Get the heal. See, I can do this attack pretty well every time. So maybe I could play farther out just to try to bait it, but... I waited for the third attack there. Ow. Yeah, I didn't dodge there. Probably get like, I don't know, 10 more attempts? Something like that. It's not bad. I wouldn't necessarily bet on me doing it, but... Again, it's an excuse, to be clear. This is an excuse, but I did not sleep very much last night, and so I can feel my brain being sluggish and not seeing these windows. So I'm hoping... The problem is that it's just going to get hotter and hotter, and that's going to make it harder for me to get a good night's sleep. But it'll likely be hot enough to be worth putting my AC in the window, so hopefully that'll help. Is the bleed. And there's that. Get the drink. Oh boy. That's good. Something. So I think that's pseudo phase 2. Perform all you like, but it's not going to help you win. Another one? Merry Christmas. We're gonna heal, play it safe instead of going for the... Yeah, I mean, I remember the timing for those attacks far better than I remember the... the not pseudo phase 2. I have found, I am originally from the west slash more west than Midwest, but since moving to the East Coast, I have found that I am the weird one in that all of my friends out here are just crying at 60 degrees, 70 degrees, and they're like, oh, it's so cold, it's too cold. And I'm here ready to turn the AC on at 70 degrees. I mean, it's 64 right now, and coupled with the heat of my computer itself, I am slightly damp in my clothes. And yes, GG indeed. So, I know, like, everyone has their comfort for temperature, everyone has their preferences. I am like 20 degrees lower than everyone I know out here in the East. So, yeah, I have been considering it every day. So that's cool. So we are in good stead, as it were. We're gonna light this bonfire. The store is open now. I don't think there's any threat out here. We just pick up the stuff, if I remember right. Yeah, there's the other Titanite slab. Then there's the Dragon Slayer armor, aka Ornstein's armor. Because what would Dark Souls 3 be without all of its Dark Souls 1 fan service? That sounds great to me. Our temperature is going to go up to the 80s this time next week. Just can't be excited. Midwest is good though, generally. I guess it depends on where you live. I spent some time in Wisconsin, and when I wasn't really close to the lakes, it was generally pretty manageable. But like everything in Wisconsin is water. There are two other items here. I'm just blind. They are just down here. I think there are 3. South Central. So, are you talking like Madison with 2 big lakes that reek? I spent a while in Milwaukee. I spent a while in Green Bay. And Wisconsin Rapids. All were fairly hot. Lake Geneva, great place to visit. Also gets very, very freaking hot in the summer. Okay, so let's put that last point in strength and then go
Very well. Then
upgrade some South Madison. Cool.
farewell.
I'm not going to try to dox you further than that, but I lived in Madison for a few months. That was pretty.
Oh, you've
pretty good.
returned. I was hoping to see you. That crestfallen ass Hawkwood, he handed me this. He's changed a great deal since he left this place. Graven of face, he asked me to give it ye. Well, now that that task is concluded, what would you have me smith?
So we can go fight Hawkwood. If we want. Let's start just seeing how much longer. Okay, that is significantly longer. That's crazy. Again, the Black Blade is just slightly more damage, but significantly shorter. I'm feeling the washing pole. If we put the investment in, let's go for the extra reach. Let's give you Dragon
Gracious
Chaser
Lord.
ashes, and maybe you'll let me buy chunks. You'll let me buy chunks for an exorbitant price, but buying them nonetheless. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And I can buy some twinkling titanite and titanite scales.
That is good, wasn't it?
So let's reinforce the heck out of this. So it's just slightly weaker at this level. We can buy 2 titanite chunks and still upgrade. Doesn't seem to be a limit on how much of those we can buy.
Ashen 1.
Which is good.
That is, wasn't it?
Okay, so it'll still be slightly... Oh no. Okay, so at +9, it is almost as good as the Uchigatana +10. The scaling's slightly worse, but I think the reach is going to be a good enough.
Be careful.
Is it? It's the art's basically the same as the other one, though, right? Just the, I say just, but it is cool. I'll be honest, I don't really use weapon arts in this game. It's a bit of a failing of mine. There are a lot of things I just don't truck with.
Ashen.
Any extra souls I have at this point, I'm gonna dedicate to. Buying more Titanite chunks until I get all the weapons I have upgraded. It truly takes too much thought, and I just prefer to dodge and to take hits where I can get them. I don't know. Again, I watch people with really fancy clips of them showing off with how good they are at different techniques in this and Elden Ring. I'm impressed, and I'm not trying to say that the way I do it is right. Let's be clear. I am simply too EP and too lazy most of the time to try to get good. Yeah, I mean, I like that. Oh, just one attack short. Cool. I have a bunch of souls that I could pop if I want. Planning to do what I usually do in these games. I like to hoard all of the I hear you, bud. I hear you. Hoard all of my consumable souls until the very end of the game, and then just use them all right before fighting the boss. I'll use them to top off if I ever feeling hungry for a level, but most of the time I just don't touch them. Again, I don't advocate people play this way. I merely do it for my own entertainment because I am guilty of the hoarding all my items sin of video gaming. Yeah, I like the reach on this thing. See, that's been my problem too. I have played the last 3 Souls games I've played just with great swords because it's so fun and it's so easy, and when you can stagger things with 75% of your hits, it's like, oh, well, that boss had some cool attack patterns. Shame we'll never see them. Like Elden Ring, very easy with a two-handing big weapon. Dark Souls, I've have like Artorias is the hardest fight in my experience to do with two-handed greatsword, but other than him, everything else is fairly textbook. And then Bloodborne, I did with a axe, just the starter axe rather than the Ludwig's Holy Blade or the Kirkhammer. But otherwise, like strength, nonetheless. That just leads back. So yeah, I started this playthrough intentionally saying, no, we're not doing a great sword. We're gonna try something new this time. I don't think there's any reason not to rest at this bonfire. I did a Dark Souls 1 playthrough, gunning for the Moonlight Greatsword, because I've never used that except for my first Elden Ring playthrough, I've never used it effectively, and so I wanted to see it. Believe it or not, fighting Seath is hard when you are a magic user. I don't know how far I'm actually gonna go, because stream time is over and I need to eat food. But just dicking around, just running around. Hey, bud. Hit the stairs. Okay. Now I'm not panicking. Words. I did a platinum playthrough of Dark Souls 1 and decided that Faith Strength was going to be the easiest strat. Because to get the Sunlight Spear Miracle, you need to have enough faith. Ow. Yes, Lloyd's Talismans. And so I've done a little bit of Faith playing around, but not much. And I had fun. I'd like to do a Faith build for another game at some point, but sometimes it's just not easy. Bloodborne, I've only ever done strength or skill. I did one run with the axe and one run with the saw cleaver, which is extremely... some people I have talked to taking great offense at the idea of not messing around with all the trick weapons in Bloodborne, period. I'm trying to talk while also trying not to die, and one of those things is happening at the time, not both. We did get Lloyd's Talisman again, but I think the next bonfire is just up here. Well, I think you go around to get up to that guy. Anyway. So yeah, at some point I'd like to play Bloodborne again, where I play either Arcane or Blood Tinge, but also most of the good weapons for those are endgame weapons. So it's like, oh, let's do a New Game Plus playthrough with those. But I think that's where we're gonna call it. Yeah, like splashing into magic of some kind is always really good. At least
in Dark Souls 1 and 2, where it doesn't cost you FP, it's always good. Even in Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring, like it's still worth it. Like you can use at least one FP bar or allocate some flasks to it. But yeah, it's I often do just pure strength, strength with a bow. As long as I have a bow, I can usually cheese most things that I would do with magic. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for watching. The other game that I'm playing on stream right now is Pokemon Gale of Darkness. Very excited to keep playing that. I do that on Fridays and Mondays, so Friday, Monday, 7 p.m. Eastern time is when I start. And then next Thursday, starting it again like 2 p.m. Eastern time, I'll be playing more Dark Souls 3. If you liked, feel free to like the video. If you enjoyed enough, feel free to subscribe. But I hope you have a good week. And yeah, the Triple I Initiative had a video today. It was worth watching. Some really cool games there. Check it out. Otherwise, we're mostly waiting for freaking Games Fest even for the next big announcement series. Yeah. Once again, thank you for watching, and until we see each other again, bye.